Counselor Gore said that she was going to be joining virtually.
Just Holloway on the phone.
That's Counselor Holloway.
So we're just waiting on Gore.
Yes,
We're not waiting on her. At 6 p.m. we're going to start the meeting.
It is 6 p.m.
All right. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 present. You have a quorum.
There's a motion to go into closed meeting.
I move that we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 and 8 for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body, school board, city attorney, city clerk, and for the purpose of discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the government unit will be adversely affected, and consultation with legal counsel regarding matters involving counsel pertaining to continuity of government.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to go into closed.
Thank you. Counselor Holloway, you're able to.
Excuse me?
Councilor Holloway, you can disconnect from this call and join the closed meeting session. Councilor Holloway? Oh, she's gone. Okay.
You go.
Hey, Molly, our council's in closed session.
Yes.
Council Gore, yes, they're in closed session now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I have a motion to come out of closed session, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion on the floor by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham, to come out of closed meeting. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. Ms. Bess, roll call?
Hang on.
Is Ms.
Is Ms.
Holloway
Holloway on the phone?
Looks like she is. Counselor Holloway? Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
The motion is to come out of closed.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parton?
Thank you.
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes to come out of closed.
Okay. Ms. Bess, can you please do our certification?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
She had to go to the back.
Okay. Well, motion passes.
Okay. Mr. Altman, are we moving forward with the work sessions this evening, or?
My understanding was there was gonna be a motion to remove those this evening from the
Okay.
agenda.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend the work session agenda and table these work session items until the February 8th meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Denton. Is there any discussion?
Is it postponed to what, the next board date, or?
Yeah, to February 8th, to our next city council meeting.
The first, you gotta be clear, the second week February council?
Yeah, the first February city council meeting.
Regular meeting.
Regular meeting.
Yeah.
She has a public hearing on the 22nd. Is that enough time, February 8th to February 22nd, for the public hearing?
I
Is-
believe the work sessions are optional, are they not, Mr. Altman?
And we can advertise, so the ads would have to be placed, so the first ad would have to hit on the 8th, and then the second ad would hit on the 15th to enable the 22nd for the public hearing.
And-
So we can advertise it.
But by the 8th, which is next Tuesday?
Yep, we can get the ad in.
Yeah.
Should be
Okay.
able to.
All right. Any other questions?
But again, the work session doesn't require an ad, just to be clear, just the public hearings.
Right, okay. Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Parton, did you ask for the vote?
Go ahead, you can start.
Okay. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes to move the work session to February 8th.
Okay, thank you. All right. It is 7:45 p.m.
Point of order, Madam, sir.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with the consent agenda?
Well, we got to do our roll call for the regular meeting. Can I have a roll call for our regular meeting, Ms. Bess?
Yes. Counselor Holloway?
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Here.
Counselor Gore?
Here.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Counselor Pelham?
Here.
Counselor Randolph?
Here.
You have six, but one in the back, so.
Okay. All right, at this time, is Reverend Danny Tucker?
No,
Okay.
this is a special meeting. He didn't come. Could you do the prayer, please?
Okay, yeah. Can we all please stand for the prayer? And the Pledge of Allegiance will be done by Counselor Denton. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us, and we thank you for bringing everybody here safely and soundly. Lord, we ask that you be with us tonight as we conduct the city's business and we look out in the city's best interests. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, do I have a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the regular agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph to adopt the regular meeting agenda. Any discussion? Seeing no lights. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. At this time, do I have a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
To approve?
Approved,
Okay.
yes, sorry.
The motion has been made to adopt the consent agenda. It's been made by Counselor
Approve,
Randolph,
adopt.
seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Counselor Gore.
I just want to have clarity on this February 8th date. Are we doing interviews and this work session on that date?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So can we get the times right? So, I don't know how that's gonna be feasible.
I tried.
Oh, Mr. Altman?
Realistically speaking, that's not gonna really work.
so, one, what I would suggest is we not do the American Rescue Plan Act on that night, because we've got
Okay.
4 items for Mrs. Griffin and your 3 school board interviews that night. That'll be kind of packed. We could drop back to the 22nd for ARPA, and do that then.
Can we, before we decide, I don't want to speak for council, but clearly I think this needs to go as well. But before we pick that alternative date, can we get some clarity on the work sessions that we have scheduled? Because I know we voted for like 3 at a recent meeting, and I'm starting to get confused about when they're supposed to be. And I don't know if we're tracking all of them like as closely as we should. Because I know there was one about the ordinances. I know Counselor Randolph had like 2.
Tomorrow night is, Thursday night is the one that I have, that's on redistricting.
Right, and then I had one about the budget, and then there was another request.
You did, yours was, I think you set yours, Ms. Brewer, for the March 12th meeting.
Okay.
And we have the Marina one on the 22nd work session
Okay.
with Aaron, right?
Yeah, that will be on your agenda for next week's meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there another one?
There's a third one, I just can't think of it right now.
I don't remember a third one. I know the furthest we went out was the March 12th one that you had requested.
There was one about the human resource manual that Counselor Pelham had asked for. That's probably what it is.
That was the one I believe that we were waiting on. We've asked Mr. Elides to look at, and I'm not sure if,
It was Pelham that,
it was what?
Pelham had asked for that one.
Okay. I know what you're talking about. I remember that.
Okay,
I just think that we were waiting for some information from the attorney, yeah.
okay. So this, that wasn't set then,
Right.
if you can make a note to like, help me remember
Yes.
to follow up with you.
Yes.
I have it in my notes, and I can give you what we talked about,
Okay, I'll make a note to follow up with
but I don't think we set a date.
No, I don't think we set a date
Okay.
either.
So is that a friendly amendment to remove item C6?
Yep.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Counselor Randolph? Is that all right
Yes.
with you, Counselor Denton? Okay. All right, so the current motion on the floor is to approve the consent agenda with the removal of C6.
And where's it going, Max? I'm sorry.
We haven't rescheduled it yet.
We're going to have to reschedule it.
We haven't picked a date yet.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Bess.
Roll call.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. All yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Moving on to information and presentations.
So
I'm
they-
gonna go ahead and let Vice Mayor or Mr. City Manager take
I was
this one
saying-
because we had to change one of the
Yeah,
dates.
if you scroll down on.
'Cause of the election.
Go down, unfortunately, none of us thought about the fact that usually the election day is the first Tuesday of the month. Which would have been fine, but because it's the first Tuesday following the first Monday, which actually put that on our meeting date. So we brought back the calendar, so we need to adjust the November meeting date.
It was November 8th.
Yeah, so that, and I have to say, I have just always thought it's the first Tuesday of the month, and November 1st was the first Tuesday, but it's actually the first Tuesday following a Monday. So the option for council would be to, if you did it on the 9th, that's that Wednesday, you could do it on, the 1st would be difficult because we would be coming off of a meeting, like we'd have two meetings 1 week apart from an agenda perspective. We could also look at November 15th, which is in the middle of the month, and we don't have a meeting the following week because that's the week of Thanksgiving. So you would be splitting the difference if you moved it to November 15th. But we just need to adjust your calendar for that one day, because quite honestly, it was an oversight. Hadn't thought about it, to be honest, when we put the calendar together.
It's also a holiday now, so
That's true.
there's that.
Election day's
There's no holiday
Well, and again, I was thinking election day was the 1st. And I went through and checked all the dates against VML and NLC and all that stuff to make sure we weren't conflicting there. But it didn't hit me that
It's always not the same first Tuesday.
Yeah, it's not the first Tuesday, it's the first Tuesday following, after the first Monday. And so that puts us on, and it's a holiday, you're correct. So we suggested here moving that date to
The
November
second
15th.
Tuesday. The 8th is the second Tuesday.
Yeah, it's always the second.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you're saying.
So
But it's election day.
yeah, the 8th is actually election day. So
Okay.
we're suggesting moving the meeting to November 15th, which would put it in the middle of the month, since you only have one meeting that month anyway.
So moved.
Second. Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Holloway, Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Let me try Counselor Holloway, make sure she's still on. Counselor Holloway. Okay, I will get IT to get her back on.
Thank you. Moving on to continuation of government ordinance, Madam City Attorney.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, thank you. This item has been placed before council to supplement and to allow, in connection with the declaration of local emergency that the council passed on January 11th, to allow the council to continue government operations in the state of emergency that was declared by way of meeting virtually in an all-electronic format. When coupled with the declaration of emergency as a basis, the Freedom of Information Act allows governing bodies and other public bodies in Virginia to assemble electronically, virtually, to continue to conduct business as it might be unsafe to do so by assembling physically. This ordinance would permit the council and other public bodies in the city to be able to do that.
I'd like to make the motion that, is the verbiage just to make the motion to pass the ordinance that's presented,
Resolution.
resolution presented today.
It's an
It's
ordinance. It's
Do I
an
have to
ordinance,
read
you're
it?
correct.
To assure continuity of government during the pandemic disaster arising from COVID-19 and COVID-19 variants by modifying public meeting,
It's in there.
public hearing practices and procedures.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Gore. Discussion, Counselor Gore.
I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment to approve the ordinance, insert title, with the exception in the, to adjust the resolution with the first, it is further ordained clause or section, to make the adjustment to state within a period of 60 or fewer days may be suspended during this emergency and disaster with the approval of city council. That's a friendly amendment. Will you accept that?
Yes, but I have a question.
The point of information.
Point of information, thank you. Madam Attorney, would that be an appropriate, a friendly amendment based on what you told us in closed session? The statute requires that the director of management has certain authority.
It's certainly amendable in that fashion.
Okay, thank you. So I accept the friendly amendment.
Any other lights for discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Holloway?
Will you repeat the motion, please?
Okay, the motion is to approve the ordinance to assure continuity of government during the pandemic disaster arising from COVID-19 and COVID-19 variants by modifying public meeting and public hearing practices and procedures. And Councilor Gore added, can you help me out with that, Councilor Gore?
Okay. She has a lot of people calling.
Excuse me, Councilman
To
Gore, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
You can simplify your motion by simply stating that you seek to amend that motion by striking the word shall and replacing it with may. Was that the only change you made?
I put may, and then at the end of it, I included with the approval of city council.
So if that articulation of the motion is acceptable, then council is free to vote on it based on that description.
So, yes, I'll say that. To provide you with clarity, the first, it is further ordained section, to strike the word shall be suspended and replace with may, and to insert with approval of city council after the word disaster to end the sentence.
Yes.
Okay, I was still writing. Thank you, Councilor Holloway.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
No.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5-2, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving to communications from citizens. Do we have anyone on our list this evening?
I need to double
Is
check.
there anyone in the audience that has signed to, would like to speak tonight? Communications from citizens? Yes, sir. You can come on up.
No.
Did you,
Oh, we just
whether
did
he
have
signed or
someone.
not?
I'm sorry.
Is he? Sir, are you here for communications for citizens, or did you need to present this evening? Were you here to present this evening, or were you here for communications from citizens? Okay. It's fine.
Are
You
you,
might be here for a work session item.
were you here for one of the conditional use permit work session cases?
No. It's a long time I was, and I was promised, I was told by two people something, and that the owner of Randolph
Okay.
Hospital was going to reach out to me, and I have seen nothing.
Can you use
So I-
the
Okay.
mic, sir?
So you can use the mic and the,
Want me to help you? Okay, sir, while they're getting situated, typically for this section of the agenda, we just ask for you to share your name, and which ward you live in the Hopewell. And then you have 3 minutes to share your information with us, and she's gonna get you set up with the microphone, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a young person in gray hair, and I cannot hear very well.
It's okay.
And if you don't mind, take off your mask when you talk at least, so I can
I'll just
hear.
speak louder into the microphone, but there is a light that's gonna be on the screen. It'll have green, yellow, and red, so that kind of lets you know your 3-minute time frame. But when the light turns green, you can go ahead and share your information, and you direct all your comments to the mayor. Okay?
sir, before you begin, we're going to have the city clerk read you the rules for this evening. Okay? Madam City Clerk?
Okay. A communication from citizen period, limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council. And I apologize, but our timer is not working, but I will let you know when your 3 minutes is up.
My name is Pavlos Michaels. I live in Hopewell, about 2-3 blocks from here, at 334 Upper Maddox Street. I have a question. How do you do the assessments? It doesn't affect me, but it seems that somebody goes to Las Vegas and comes back with some numbers randomly. And I go to something more important that I was shocked back in December. I got a supplemental tax paper. And I called to find out what is this supplemental real estate tax. And the people didn't know. Finally, they told me, oh, your property increased its price, its value. I said, how? Well, you did some improvements. You put a permit for something. Oh, yes, something that the city was supposed to have fixed for me from 2003 when the city sewer system busted and gave me 1.5 feet of dirty stuff, and they didn't clean, they didn't repair the thing anyway. And then they told me that they found out that my basement is not a crawl base, basement, but it's a full basement. That's the reason we had the repairs. And this is the supplemental tax from 1956 when the house was built. And I'm wondering, do the inspectors inspect? The inspector made 2 appointments and canceled both of them. Do the city engineers work? I brought city engineers back then a number of times, and they didn't go into the basement to see. They could have seen and rectified something if it was wrong. I invited the mayors and a mayoress. The mayoress came back then. She was looking up, and finally she says, well, I don't know anything, I'm just a teacher. Anyway, it's too much of a mess, and I cannot believe the person who sent the letter didn't know anything. We wasted so much time. People didn't want to give me their names to keep notes. Why are they afraid to give names? They need to answer questions of the citizen. Now, I go to another thing. How about the trash? How often are they collected? For 8 or 9 weeks, they haven't collected my recyclables. One time I called. In 20 minutes, the Satans came and they picked up the trash. Why don't they pick them at the proper time? I wrote a letter asking to waive the trash collection fee because I don't dispose too much. And they said, no, it's costing me $160 approximately per can.
Excuse me.
I don't
Sir,
know.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes have expired.
Okay, I'm going to give you a copy, but
Sir,
nothing-
could you please state your name once more and your address?
Yeah, Pavlos Michaels, Pavlos, Michaels, Michaels. The address is 334 Upper Maddox Street.
Is it
Yeah.
point of information, Madam Attorney? Can we I make a motion for him to complete his his comments?
You may certainly move to
Waive the rules.
test your council members' pleasure in suspending the rules.
Yeah.
The
Can
3
I-
minutes is a rule.
Can we just have,
Oh, you can do it by
he's in my
consensus.
ward, and get with him and the city manager and resolve some of this for him?
Sir, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take your information, and Mr. City Manager, are you okay to,
Absolutely.
reach out to you? So you guys can exchange numbers. I do not have, Madam City Attorney, can you please, I have his address, and she'll take the rest of your yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but can you take care of those people from the new apartment building that until 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, they have the music high, they have the car backwards, and they have the high beam lights in my rooms, and I cannot sleep. Plus, I guarantee you, the music they have, definitely the noise they make, they are performing sex, and that's terrible because the places have many condoms on the street, on the parking. Plus, the other thing, who is that very genius engineer who diverted the rainwater, whatever, to go through a receptacle under my land and to have Mr. Peterson, the engineer, to say, the water in your basement is artesian water. Why did they put the water? I saw one day and I said, what's going on? No rain. I go with the car and I see, then I went and I took pictures. They have it, I didn't see anybody to dig. How did they how do they take the water into the rainwater management system?
I understand, Mr. Pavlos. What we're going to do is, the city manager is going to get with you. Can we get your phone number
There he is.
to the city clerk? Okay, there we go. Is there anyone else in the audience that is here, did not sign up for Communications for Citizens? No?
Well, I wrote the letters several years ago, and I think you wrote the letters back to me, and I could understand the way, because the lady in the secretary told me that he did it himself.
Somebody that the city doesn't work at all. I'm 22 years, I have too many health problems, and I cannot believe they cannot allow me to sleep. And the city, with the problems, I have too much mold, too much humidity. I sleep day and night on my chair, and I dysfunction too much. And it's just amazing. And I think you wanted to reach out to me, but you never did. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. I did reach out to you.
How?
Okay, so here, Mr. Pavlo, we're going to go ahead and,
You know, he got your phone
She-
number?
yes,
Okay.
please contact us tomorrow.
Well, you get.
We're going to move on to R1.
On your way back, talk to that chief of police back there.
We're going to go ahead and, Mr. City Manager, he wants to do an introduction this evening.
Yes. I'd like to take a moment to introduce Anthony J. Stark, AJ, our interim police chief. If you would come on down for a moment.
Come on down.
Door number 1.
We can kid with you because we are all happy you're here.
So, Chief Stark comes to us from Chesterfield. He was part of their command staff in Chesterfield, 30-year plus experience with the county. I can say that our initial meeting, I immediately had a good feeling about, and I'm just going to say AJ because that's how we, about AJ and his abilities and what he could do and help bring to our department to get us through this portion of where we're at right now. Also very highly respected by officers and command staff throughout the region. Had nothing but individuals give me good feedback on AJ and who he was as a police officer and as a person. So I think he's a good fit, and I would just say, thus far, I've heard nothing but glowing things about the chief. Our school superintendent was extremely impressed when she met with him and had a conversation. I believe you attended their school safety and security public town hall meeting. And I've heard great things from people, the men and women within the department, about his leadership and what we're doing. So it's my pleasure to introduce to council Interim Chief Anthony A.J. Stark.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Happy you're here.
Would you like to say a few words?
I would, yes. Good evening, everyone. It is truly a pleasure to stand before you this evening, and I want to thank our city manager, and I also want to thank you as the city council for supporting the city manager and allowing me the opportunity to come to Hopewell as your interim police chief. And I just want to say briefly that relationships is the foundation that I stand on. And I say that again, relationships are the foundation that I stand on. Not just within the police department, but also in the community. And for my duration here in Hopewell, my whole goal is to reach out to the community, to be accessible to the community. There are many community members that I've met within the last 45 days, and if they were here tonight, they would tell you they have my personal cell phone number. Because I believe that I am their police chief, I am your police chief, and I also serve the community. So I will keep my comments brief tonight, but I look forward to the opportunity of continuing this relationship and growing additional relationships as we work together to provide services to the citizens of Hopewell. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilor Gore.
Before he steps down, welcome. Just want to get the lay of the land in terms of setting up a meeting to talk about our wards with him. Wanted to make sure he was able to come up to speed without us interfering, but I would like to have a meeting with you to talk about Ward 4 and then also some of the other initiatives that were put on the agendas prior to about increasing citizen engagement with the police department. So do you want us to send you that, or can we just contact him to set up a meeting?
I'm okay if you want to. We've talked. If you want to contact him directly, if you send him an email, just copying me on the email would be good.
Okay.
So I have situational awareness.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And I have encouraged the chief to meet and talk about issues that individual counselors may have within their wards, because they're all a little bit different. We all have some similar issues, but, so that way you can get your perspective on what's going on and what issues are important, to you as a counselor representing your constituents. And I will say, he is absolutely on the money. There are private citizens in this city that have his personal cell phone number. He has given that out, and he has made no bones about that, and he's gone out and reached out to people.
I did that too.
And you may see him this evening, you may see him out at 2, 3, or 4 in the morning.
Yes.
So he's in and about at different times, interacting with the officers of all the shifts, and being present, which I think is really important, and they appreciate that greatly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to speaking with you as well.
And
Yes,
thank,
ma'am.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
and thank you
all.
so much. We look forward to working with you, and thank you for choosing Hopewell to be your family, so.
Yes, and we
Well-
are family.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to R1.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council, this evening for your consideration is our 2022 legislative agenda. Essentially, our legislative agenda, what we did was we broke it out in a little bit more detail this year as opposed to just statements. We included some background information. We utilized the VML and Virginia First Cities legislative agendas as our backdrop. And if you have any questions with regard to that, one of the items that I was going to speak with you about last week was the letter of support for Petersburg's effort to become an eligible host city, which over the weekend I had contacted some members of council starting Friday, and finally Monday got everybody. I appreciate your willingness to let me go ahead and send that letter so Senator Morrissey would have that. That item actually came out of committee unanimously and now is in front of the House. So that's moving forward, and our ability to support our neighbor in their efforts to have the ability to make that local land use decision with their citizens. Any questions with regard to any of the items on the agenda?
Counselor Gore.
Sorry, guys. I can't recall. It used to be Counselor Pelham and I on the legislative committee.
Mm-hmm.
Which two members of council are on it now, and did the legislative committee meet? Because we typically adopt this in December.
Yes,
The
we do.
first-
We're running a tad bit behind this year on it, for sure. The legislative agenda, if I remember correctly, is the mayor and Mrs. Denton.
Okay, so, you understand why we typically do it at a certain time frame.
Yep, absolutely.
So, since we're past that, is there a plan to still have those legislative discussions with our reps?
Yes.
Because VML is still gonna do legislative day. I don't know if we probably missed that window. I don't know. I haven't checked. But I would offer, if legislative day has not passed,
Let's see.
that we look at bringing back the ability for us to meet with them as a group. Typically, we used to take them to dinner during legislative day, things of that nature. So if we miss that window, I think it would be nice for us to look at trying to mimic our own legislative day and have council still take our legislator and talk about these things over
Yep.
dinner. You know, and I understand why the committee probably hasn't met because there was a lot of stuff happening. So I would say just to, two birds with one stone, we can just do all that at one time.
So legislative day is actually Thursday, where we have a special meeting for that, for redistricting that evening. I don't know that they're kind of doing it jointly with VML, VACO, and the PDC, Virginia PDCs. So we can get together with the legislative aides for Senator Morrissey and Delegate Coiner and get a date and do a dinner, which we have done. I think the last time we did it was pre-COVID with
Yeah.
Senator Dance and members of
Yeah.
staff. So yes, I think it's very helpful for us to do that. So if that's the pleasure, we certainly will reach out and coordinate a dinner with them. And I know they're busy, so we'd probably do it in Richmond because they're in and out of committee through the night.
Okay. I mean, that's up to council if there's any objections to it, but.
I'm fine with it.
The other thing, and I think you're probably gonna touch on this, we talked about it briefly recently on the phone. I'd like to see if we can entertain asking for some additional support when it comes to $5.99. You already know what I'm gonna say, so I'll pick it back off to you, because I know this is something that you also feel passionately about. But if there's a way that we can put a little nugget in there and ask for our legislators to try to do a better carve out for us, that would be like an ask we can still do while they're in session.
Yeah, so Ms. Gore's correct. She's seen me at a VML meeting and a Virginia First City meeting where I'm pretty adamant about the fact that 599 funds were created because of annexation. And at the time, it was to help cities and fund their police departments as a result of not being able to annex and grow their corporate limits and bring in additional development and revenue. Now, the language setup was for police departments. So you have about 9 counties, I think it is, in Virginia that have police departments that also get 599 funds. So we can annex, and counties get 599 funds, which they was really setting up for us. So I think every year I ask about when are we going to talk about annexation again, and everybody kind of looks at me and laughs, and I get that completely. But I think there's an opportunity to have an additional carve out if you're going to fund it, but also have a carve out with a little bit more money going directly to cities, because the benefit was supposed to be for us, and that's getting washed away. Now there are, in the last, Governor Youngkin's, one of his amendments to the budget was to put more money in 599 funds, but there isn't a specific carve out. So that is something that Ms. Gore's right, I ask about all the time. I'm kind of a thorn in the side when we go to those meetings. Every year I ask for the same thing, and I think they expect it coming. But I think we should have additional support for city police departments because of the reason why 599 funds were created in the first place.
I mean, can't we just ask specifically for our legislators to make an ask of that during session? Because
absolutely,
we just did the raises. We have another set coming. I mean, I think if we approve this, then we need to have a specific ask saying that we're also going to ask them to
push for additional funding.
Yes.
Specifically for cities.
No, for Hopewell.
Oh, for Hopewell. Okay. I'm good with that too. I'm absolutely good with that too. We could ask our delegate and our senator to propose something for the budget.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Well, I'll make a motion that we adopt the legislative agenda and ask the
there a
city
second?
manager to begin discussions to coordinate a Hopewell legislative dinner, and for the city manager to submit a request that our state representatives look at submitting a request specific to Hopewell to increase our public safety allocations.
So
Second.
I think this is it'd be more appropriate to separate those. The first one was to accept the legislative agenda. Was to approve it, right?
I don't
I'm
mind
just
breaking
asking,
it out, so
I would like to break it
Okay,
out.
I'll break it
It'll be cleaner.
You want me to do them one by one?
Yes, please.
All right, so first motion is to approve the legislative agenda as submitted.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. I don't see any lights for discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Counselor Gore.
All right, make a motion to direct the city manager to contact our state representatives' offices to inquire about setting up a Hopewell legislative dinner to discuss our legislative agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Counselor Randolph.
My only concern is that we're in a state of emergency that would make all of us in the same room and not, you know what I'm
We
saying?
can do a Zoom.
I
I'm
mean,
fine
so
with
I
that.
just wanna make sure that we're clear about how we're gonna do this, cause we add 2 more and how many are gonna be there.
No, listen, I was just trying to be a team player.
No,
You
I
know how
gotcha.
I feel. I'm all team virtual. So I can actually switch this to say dinner/virtual meeting, because it might be conducive to their schedules actually, since they are in session. So I don't know who seconded that, but would you be okay with me
Johnny
saying
did.
Yeah, I'm fine with
slash
that.
Zoom
Okay.
meeting? Okay.
Good, thank you.
Are you clear on the motion?
So, before you vote, do you want to let the senator and delegate determine if it's virtual or a dinner?
Well, why don't we just push for virtual first and dinner if they have like an issue with that?
All right.
If everyone's cool with that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
fine with me.
Call Uber, they can deliver dinner.
So I think what, excuse me, council, let's be a little more clear with our direction to the city manager. City manager, are you clear? Or do you have questions on this
Well,
motion?
What we'll do, so this is, and tell me if I'm going in the right direction with the motion. We will contact them tomorrow. We will find out if it's easier for them, for their schedule, to do a virtual, or if they would like to do a dinner, and I'll let you know what their preference is. And if we can set up a dinner, then we'll find a place and do that. But if it's easier for them, given their busy schedule, to just do a virtual meeting, then we'll take their lead, because they're running around right now. So we'll take that, but we'll let you know ASAP once we hear back from them. Does that work for everybody?
That's fine. You can start with virtual.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
Are
Okay,
you clear?
yeah, I'm clear.
Okay. Roll call?
Counselor Holloway?
I'm having a problem hearing. It's connectivity is not good on my phone. So I would like for you to repeat the motion, please.
Okay, the motion is to direct the city manager to reach out to our state representative offices to schedule a virtual meeting / dinner, starting with the virtual meeting,
To discuss our legislative priorities.
to discuss legislative priorities.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the last motion, you want to break it out, right? All right, so the last motion is to direct city manager to contact our state representatives' offices to request consideration for increase public safety funding specific to Hopewell for
$5.99.
$5.99 if Hopewell is not possible.
If
Second.
Hopewell is not possible.
If the option for Hopewell is not feasible.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. I don't see any lights. Counselor Holloway, were you able to hear?
No, I would like for you to repeat it again.
Repeat the motion.
One of them's gone out.
The motion is to direct the city manager to contact state representative offices to request consideration for increase in public service funding specific to Hopewell, and $5.99 if Hopewell is not included.
So let me, yes or no? So, increase in public safety, you said service, public safety funding?
Funding, okay.
Public safety funding for the city of Hopewell, and if that is not feasible, through $5.99 funding.
Did you get that, Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Okay. I'm good.
Counselor Holloway,
She said yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, when you asked the question, if she heard can you please,
Excuse me, did you
ask
get my
her.
vote?
please ask her again.
City Clerk, did you get, excuse me, Ms. Best, did you get my vote?
I did get your vote. Were you clear on the motion?
It was yes.
Okay, thank you. I got your vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a point of information for Counselor Gore.
I think the intent is clear, but I said for Hopewell, shouldn't it be like Hopewell specifically or directly, so that way it's very clear, or is that understood?
Yeah, when you made your motion the first time, you actually said specific to Hopewell.
Yeah, you
Public
did.
safety fund specific to Hopewell, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that is not an option, then 599
Okay.
in general.
Thank you. Moving on to R2, Virginia Healthy Start Initiative.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. A little bit of background on this. The Virginia Department of Health sent a letter of intent to Hopewell Prince George Healthy Families via Helpful to Me, asking for our Hopewell Prince George Hopewell Families Healthy Families group to serve as the site for the Virginia Healthy Start Initiative to provide services to up to 100 of the most vulnerable families that reside in the cities of Hopewell and Petersburg. These will be done through home visits. The initial contract, which would be for a period of February through the end of March, would be for $60,000, and the contract would be renewed for a period of April 1 through March of 2022 for $301,000. VDH approached us and approached Ms. Varner and her group with the request. This would provide some opportunity for additional evidence-based programming to assist mothers and their children that are prenatal to 2 months old, and then once enrolled, family services would continue until the child was 18 months old. And with that, I'm going to introduce Ms. Varner, our Director of our Hopewell Prince George Healthy Families, to give you more information about the program and what we could do. The request this evening would be to approve Hopewell Prince George Healthy Families as the site for the Virginia Healthy Start Initiative, and to create 3 full-time and 2 part-time positions that would be funded through the grant.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you.
Can you speak in the mic?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Thank you for letting us come tonight, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and esteemed council members. Mr. Altman is correct. Virginia Department of Health reached out to us they actually honestly called about October, but they did not definitively say we were going to be the site. They had things to do at their level. So when I mentioned it to the city manager, he said, well, we're going to need something in writing to bring to city council. So it took them a little while to make their decision. They had to wait for the site that they were taking it from to inform everybody, and unfortunately, they didn't do that until almost Christmas. So when they did that, the city manager asked for a letter or something. They wrote up a letter of MOU as soon as they could, but that's why this has all been kind of last minute. So any kind of trauma or drama that we caused, I apologize, but we had to wait for Virginia Department of Health to say, yes, you are the site. We did interview with them, and we thought it was a go when we interviewed, but they said, oh, we're interviewing other sites, so we didn't even know we were going to be it. This is an incredible opportunity for us as McVee, which is the maternal, McVee, which is the, I'm too Irish, I walk around and talk, which is maternal infant early childhood home visiting, which is really quite a mouthful. Well, this is a department of that, and McVee every 4 or 5 years does a deep dive into the data of the children in Virginia, and they did it this year, and Hopewell is #1 at risk in the state of Virginia. So preterm births, prenatal care, either 0 or minimal prenatal care, they focus on issues, all the stuff that we're already doing with healthy families. we come out number one. So we didn't know what to do, We didn't know what to do because we are above capacity in healthy families. And then kind of out of the blue, this literally fell in our lap, where we can serve up to 100 more families, 100 more children, and also it has a fatherhood initiative, which we're really excited about because this is something we've been trying to go towards. So we will have a fatherhood initiative employee, we will have a part-time nurse, which is a wonderful thing.
Keep going.
Oh, okay. And we'll have a part-time nurse, and then, of course, we'll have the case managers, the program supervisor. So we're asking tonight that you can vote and that we can accept it and start. It would be, as the city manager said, February and March will be $60,000, and then starting April 1 to March 31st, it's $301, and it's typically in a 5-year cycle. So they're in the last 2 years, well, 2 and whatever this is, for the 5-year cycle. And then they also, the coordinator from the Virginia Department of Health spoke to me before I left to come here, and she stated that they write the renewal, and they feel that they're going to get it again because if we come on board in the work that we've been doing. So we just ask that you accept that, and we can go ahead and do those services.
Okay.
Oh, right, and I'm sorry, and Shantae, so this is Shantae Wheeler, our program supervisor, and this is Keisha Petaway, our family support specialist, and our gal Friday, but they don't know what that means. So, yeah, I said it the other day, I got total crickets. There is no match. This is literally free money. The city, it will cover all program expenses will be contained in that grant.
Including a part-time nurse.
Right, including the part-time nurse, which is apparently a very good thing for us, so.
So I did have Vice Mayor Parton, Councilor Gore, and then Councilor Randolph. Did you let your lights on?
Yeah, I was just gonna go ahead and make a motion.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Randolph speak?
Yeah, that's fine.
Dude, I'm on the same page as you, so.
Okay.
Me
well,
too, so that's right, go for
Make
it.
the motion.
We were all gonna make the motion.
I move that City Council approve the Hopewell Prince George Healthy Families to serve as a Virginia Healthy Start Initiative site and create 3 full-time positions and 2 part-time positions to be funded through the grant.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Gore. Just one question before I call back on Councilor Gore. Mr. City Manager, the motion stated that it cover everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. All right, Councilor Gore?
I'm just gonna say, thank you for clarifying what the rush was and breaking it down for us. But I definitely want to say that you already know I'm a fan of your program and your office. I think you guys do a lot of great work. I think that it's underrated in terms of the impact that you guys make when it comes to families. And I also think that this is a really good program because of the whole public health thing that I'm working on with Director Griffin and Dr. Morris in terms of social determinants of health. So you're talking about average childhood experiences and trying to make sure people have the best start at life. This really does go well with that. And looking at our overall demographics, I think this is a really good program to have. So I definitely think that at a later meeting, obviously not now because we're slammed with stuff, but I think it would be a benefit for the community to actually get a presentation from you about what you guys do. Because you do diaper dash, you did your walk, you did a whole bunch of other stuff, and I think that you should toot your own horn in terms of the impact that you're making. So I would say a couple of months from now, come back with like a good presentation to really share what you do.
Could we come back in April during Child Abuse Awareness Month?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can just get, Molly and the city clerk. Please reach out to her and she will definitely place you on our agenda for a presentation.
And tell us what color we gotta wear. I think it's purple or blue.
Blue. You're almost in the perfect blue, actually.
So they do the pinwheels
Right.
every year. So I think this year she's trying to get more pinwheels.
We want to
Ever.
plaster the city with
Yeah.
pinwheels. And then the city manager said that he would work on trying to turn the lights blue, and we want to have a vigil, and we're going to, invite everybody, hope you come and speak and sort of like.
Well, if you have a stack of pinwheels that you're ordering, we don't have award money anymore, but if I did, I would help buy some. But if you have some pinwheels you can give,
Yeah.
I can help give out around my ward as well to help you
Oh,
spread it
great.
out around the
Great.
community. Just let me know.
Yeah, we because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to do as much with pinwheels the last 2 years as we usually do. So this year it was just like, let's just, because it looks so pretty. But anyway.
I do have Counselor Randolph and then Mr. Altman.
I too wanted to thank you for all that you do, and I just clarified because I didn't know and I thought that I'd bring this up, that you're going to, as Healthy Families, still work with Hopewell and Prince George, but this will give you another bucket of a lot to do with what we're voting on tonight. So thank you, because I'm sure that everybody in those communities thanks you as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
So my comment, and Ms. Varner, we meet monthly and I rant monthly about the fact that we look at these numbers and they are over capacity. So just to put it out there for the public and for council, and this is something that Ms. Gore and I talked about on the phone, the Healthy Families Program does not give us any more money. We've asked for increases. We haven't gotten any from the state. We know that while we're serving 54 families at any one given time, it can be over that. But yet, we still don't get any additional financial support. And I think we're one of the few, and not the only, but probably one of less than 4 that have not received additional funding over the years, even though we are increasing our capacity and doing more work. And the unfortunate thing is we know there is more need in our community than they'll be able to get. They do a fabulous job. These are a wonderful staff, I have to say. There's compassion beyond belief here for helping. And while most programs, Diane can correct me if I'm wrong, most programs during COVID shut down, we were doing porch visits. We would go to the house still. We weren't going inside. We would stand out on the porch and check in and talk to the family to make sure needs were being met. They were putting eyes on the family and on the children. Most of those Healthy Families programs throughout the state didn't do that at all. So they were out still doing that. So that shows their commitment to the families of our community, and I really do applaud them for all their work. But we need more money in that program. This is one of those avenues. McVee grant was another one that we were hopeful that might work out, but we will continue to try because there is need in this community, and we need to make sure that every child that is born here has a step up and a great opportunity for success, and they play a critical role in that whole program, that process. So that just wanted to toot their horn a little bit for that.
Thank you, Mr.
What about all the stuff that we're doing with public health, like with the other, the grants that we talked about? Would it be helpful if we summarize that and issue a letter on behalf of council? Of course, we have no authority, but to help give them weight behind their request to the organization to say, look at the investment we've made as a locality over time, right? So we're not just saying, give us money because we did this one thing, but look at the duration of the investment. And then look at the stats and look at this new achievement that they have. Can you reconsider? I mean, if you feel like that could give weight, then I would support us trying to draft a letter, but of course that'll be up to a council. But I definitely would make a motion to do something like that to see what happens.
Well, I think any help is good. We have an upcoming meeting with the state.
We have a site visit,
A site visit, and I'll make my annual pitch at that meeting. We need more money. I have a specific issue that kind of grates in my craw a little bit with the program. But I think when we look at the health outcomes that are in the county health stat rankings, we are one of the worst in the region, in the state, and that's not something to be good. Those are rankings that you don't want to be number 1 at, but those all help build our case, as you're saying, and then you take the totality of the effort that we've made overall, and I think that's a very good thing. So yeah, any opportunity, any level of support that council could give to helping get more funding for Healthy Families would be greatly appreciated, because that's, for me, it's a critical program. And I know years ago, the first time I was with the city, Mrs. Pelham and I attended the graduation from Healthy Families at John Randolph Foundation. It's just really cool to see these little 5-year-olds at the time graduating from the program. And it's a commitment. It's not just a commitment of the child, it's a commitment of the family. That family, and in some cases, has been prenatal through 5, that's a huge commitment for that family and gives them the building blocks to be good parents and successful children. And you know, it's a really great endeavor to watch, and just that's when you understand what you're doing and why it's important.
I think we're gonna have 10 graduating this year, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have 10, so we're hoping to have a ceremony we like to invite everybody. So COVID aside, hopefully we can have something in person and y'all can come see it.
We can be a big enough room, which we have a theater across the street with a ballroom upstairs
right.
that we could probably put people in.
That'd be nice.
What is the capacity of that? I'm sorry. I'll ask you offline. I'm sorry. Squirrel. Counselor Pelham did want to mention something.
No, I'd like to say thank you, and it's great to see Hopewell High School graduates in the program, my middle school babies. And I haven't seen y'all in a long time, and hopefully I can be able to make that commitment to come to the graduation this year. But Healthy Families definitely is a program to help parents. Anything to help families together, to grow together, is what we should all be about. So give us the invitation. That's something I'll sacrifice and come to.
Well, as soon as we get the date, and we'll send you the invitation, and then we'll just wait on COVID.
Thank you.
Y'all hang in and good to see you, girl.
Thank you.
And Counselor Gore, you have one more?
I just want to make a motion that we support the city manager drafting a letter of support to request additional funding for Healthy Families
Second.
to capture the
Do you
health data.
You just want to add that into the...
Yeah.
But we already
No, we have to-
voted on that motion.
No, we didn't.
Okay, so council, let's,
No, we did, she said.
Yeah,
So I
we
don't
didn't
think we
vote yet.
on it.
it was discussion. But it's okay that, we didn't vote on it, did we?
No, but you made a motion for discussion.
I'll just do the motion after we finish that. That's fine. You already know what I'm gonna ask.
So there is a vote on the floor. Can you please restate the motion?
Vice Mayor Parton's motion was that City Council approve the Hopewell Prince George Healthy Families Serving as Virginia Healthy Start Initiative site and create 3 full-time positions and 2 part-time positions. And that was seconded by Councilor Gore.
Roll call?
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton. I'm sorry, she left. Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you all very much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. We
Counselor Gore?
appreciate you.
Well, make a motion to direct the city manager to draft a letter of support to request increased funding from the state or the parent organization of Hopewell Prince George Healthy Families. You get the gist. I'm just gonna say that to you. You're welcome.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor. Madam City Clerk, were you clear on the motion?
Directing the city manager to draft a letter of support for Hopewell Healthy Families. And what was the end of it, Councilor Gore?
That's it. And this
Okay.
say for city council. Like
Okay,
it's
for
our
city
letter.
council. Got it, okay.
What about it? Okay. Roll call?
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yep.
Councilor Denton. I keep doing that, I'm so sorry. Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see you back there, Miss Town.
Madam City Clerk, can you please place in the minutes, Counselor Denton was excused, so that there's a sense where she's not voting, it's clear the reason why she was
Exactly.
excused for the meeting. Thank you.
I had recorded the time, but she was excused, so
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
I'll put that in there.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. Counselor Randolph?
I'm sorry. I had mentioned to the city attorney during that last little piece about where we normally would extend our time after 3 hours. And did I need to still do that? Because that was a different interpretation by a different attorney. And so the current attorney has indicated that our rules, 307, I think you said, 306, states in our in our rules that our standard starts at 7:30 and goes to 10:30, so that we don't have to ask for additional time. So I just wanted to mention that, so nobody felt under pressure to do that.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you please place those comments in the minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
This is why we love attorneys. We get different opinions, you know, different routes on how to get there, right? All right, moving on. R3.
Madam Mayor, this evening, for your council's consideration, we have a request. This is the underground storage tank financial responsibility that we've been notified by DEQ that we need to provide a financial security for the underground storage tanks at the Public Works Department. There are 2 tanks there. The security isn't done by the number of tanks, it's done by gallons. So there are 2 tanks there. Cumulatively, it's under 600,000 gallons, if I remember correctly. When we brought this item to council in December, there was some discussion about another alternative method. When we were initially notified back in February of, we're in 22, we're in 22, so it's 21. Then Mr. Terry was out sick. That email went to Mr. Martial, who then began to work with the treasurer's office. It reappeared on our radar in the late October, November timeframe. We reached out to our financial advisor and had some discussion with bond counsel with regard to the issue. There are, in DEQ's FAQs, there are, I believe, 7 alternatives to address the issue. Initially, we were requesting council to allow us to do which one was it?
It starts with a C in the bank.
Yes, the certificate of deposit. At that meeting, it was mentioned that there was an alternative that DEQ had mentioned to members of council, that you could do a dedicated fund account. We were not aware of that at the time because we were using DEQ's FAQs, plus we were going to the Virginia Administrative Code, which didn't list that. We then reached out and contacted the gentleman at DEQ, who informed us that we could do the dedicated fund account. And staff is recommending taking that path to have a dedicated fund account established in the amount of $20,000. That's the amount we need to secure. The state provides the other $980,000. This would address any compliance issues that we have for the tank until we are current with our audits. This is typically taken care of, and Mr. Terry can correct me if I'm wrong. There's a CFO letter that's part of the audit process that would normally, if we were in a normal cycle, we wouldn't have to do this, but because we're not, DEQ has asked for some level of surety that we have, if something were to happen to a tank, we have an ability to handle it. So that's where we're at. The coverage would be for the $20,000, the city's required portion, for the total amount of coverage for $1 million. We would meet that obligation, and what we feel in the recommendation is that this one provides us the most leeway because it's a fund that we control. We don't have to go anywhere. We put it in our budget. We don't have to work with the bank. We set aside the $20,000, and it's easier for us to handle at that point. So our request this evening is for council to authorize the city manager to take the necessary actions to establish the dedicated fund account in the amount of $20,000 per section 280.107 to comply with the provisions of Section 9 of the Virginia Administrative Code 25-590. If any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I just have a point of information for the city attorney. Should this request because it is in we're gonna do a dedicated fund account, should it be in a resolution format? Or can we just move forward with this?
The council is authorized to take this action on motion.
Okay. And then, thank you, March, because I do see here your, the memorandum and also the section code in which the dedicated fund to establish is here,
The federal code,
Yes.
federal code number, yes.
there. So,
And I would mention, the mayor reached out to me and asked us to contact the gentleman at DEQ to see if he would put in writing that you could utilize this method. As of 6 o'clock today, we had not heard back from him, but we are gonna move forward on the good faith that because he mentioned it and it is part of the federal code, that we can move forward with that, so.
are you comfortable with that, Madam City Attorney?
By virtue of this discussion and this meeting on the record, you're essentially acknowledging by
Yes.
our city manager's statement that he's proceeding on the advice of of a responsible state agency representative.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm just saying, are you okay with that?
That,
We're
yes.
we're good to go, we're clear. Okay, just making
Yes,
sure.
He's done what he could do in order to get
Yes.
written confirmation.
But it's
He may
also
still
written,
get it.
but it's also written in the code, so.
That's exactly
We have it right here in paper, and we can please file that in the minutes as well to make sure that that's clear in case DEQ ever wants to come back.
That
We
were-
also have the emails he sent us when we were asking about it too.
Yes.
Paper
So,
So would you like for me to mention the code section, and so it's on the record? The federal
I
code
think,
section?
Vice Mayor Parton did, he did state the code, 280, the section 107.
We didn't do a motion on
Well,
that.
once
We
you
haven't
call
made the
me, I'll make
motion
the
yet.
motion.
Counselor Horton hadn't done anything yet.
You have to excuse me, I have to fully disclose, I did take a Benadryl when I first came in.
It's telepathic right here.
It's-
That's
I'm-
right.
That's what it
Well,
is.
no, we know who
We're on the
wants to make
same
the motion.
wavelength.
I'm sorry, I just had some allergies. Yes, so, Counselor Randolph and then Vice Mayor Parton.
Just to clarify, thank you, Madam Mayor. So because we are behind in our audits, this will have to stay in effect until we are no longer behind, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does it take any other communication on an annual basis until we're no longer in arrears on our audits?
Whether it does or not, we're gonna notify DEQ, because once we establish the fund, it will be in our budget. It'll be a line in there, so we will notify them regardless. But if our plan works out, we may only have to do that once, so.
Okay, so if Mr. Terry or you were to leave, how would we let people know that are coming in that this has to be done? I'm just
Yeah.
trying to cover all bases.
Understand.
Mr. Terry?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Just want to make a clarification. In my communications talking to DEQ representative, we would have to, each year until we get current on
Okay,
our audits and do the CFO letter, we would notify them that the fund is in place, that is, as instructed. So we have to do it, if you want to look at it.
we just have to notify them, we don't have to give them any additional information?
Well, that's a little write-up, a little
Okay.
form, a little technical language, but we have to do that each year.
And who's responsible for doing that?
I am,
Okay.
Director of Finance.
Okay, so if you were to leave, how would the next finance director or interim or contractor know their responsibility?
We have a list of things that's required
Okay,
that we have to do in the department.
thank you, sir. I'm done.
Vice Mayor Parton, then Counselor Gore.
I move that the city manager take all necessary actions to establish a dedicated fund account in the amount of $20,000 per section 280.107 to comply with provisions of 9 VAC 25-590 of the Virginia Administrative Code.
Second?
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Gore. Counselor Gore, you had a discussion?
Yes, I'll just, two things. When we spoke to DEQ, he did say annually as well, so supporting Mr. Terry with that. The other part is, the one thing we didn't get to when we talked about this in December, there's also a storage tank situation that's similar to this. The meeting got a little heated, so we never really got there, full disclosure. But Vera and I was inquiring about this. We were going to bring up the storage tank, but we didn't get there. But from my understanding, when we talked to DEQ, there may be exactly the same thing, but for storage tanks. Not storage tanks, but what was it? It is another. I don't think I checked my email. It's been a couple months, well, 2 months now. This is for the storage tanks, but it's landfill. It's something else with
Right.
something with land.
We closed our landfill and we have to provide a similar
Insurance thing, and we
for
were
that.
behind on that one as well.
I think we're behind. I think we've done that.
So that has been fixed, that's been rectified?
So, okay, we have a motion on the floor, and
But-
we have to speak to that motion. But I mean, you already asked the question,
Well,
but I want council to move.
I'm trying to
moving
speak to the motion in the sense that
When
this
council-
is one,
when
I
there's
I
a-
can wait.
Yeah, when there's a motion on the floor, we have to speak to the motion, okay? And that's what we have here. If we're not speaking to the motion, we're going to have to complete what we're doing and then address that afterward. So
That's fine.
can we
So-
just go ahead and,
I go to my other question
and
then.
then
So-
we'll talk to you, Mr. Cherry. We'll ask the questions after this discussion, unless you need him
I
for
do.
point of information.
Not for this, but, so my other point, speaking to the motion, if this is approved, we have to make a budget appropriation amendment because this is not included in the budget. So although we can pass this by motion, we still have to do a budget amendment.
Yeah.
So are you gonna bring this on the next agenda for us to adopt this?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
We'll do whatever's necessary from a legal perspective to establish the fund, and we'll do that. Hopefully, we can do that within one budget amendment ordinance.
Okay. So I'll wait for this to be closed out, and I'll ask my other question, because that will tie into my budget amendment question, because you might need to do it 2 times, okay?
Okay.
So I'll go back to.
Are there any other lights for discussion? Roll call?
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Because this was asked before, Counselor Gore, are you okay to keep your conversation within 3 minutes of asking Mr. Terry?
It's the same question, so it's depending on his response. My question is the same one I asked kind of in December. There was 2 items at the time that were delinquent under the same umbrella, which is why I try to ask them together. Now, we have 2 insurances at the time that we were delinquent on. Both of them were the same situation. So if the other one has been resolved, then that's fine. If not, then can we do it under one fell swoop of trying to just address both of those line items if we have to allocate the other one at the, do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But if the other one is resolved now, then that's fine, but there was a separate issue exactly with insurance with them as well. If you're, and if you're not familiar with what I'm referring to, I can go back and pull my emails and forward it.
I'd like to speak to what I am familiar with, is the landfill, and on an annual basis, we get a notification from DEQ, and they send us a calculation, and then at the end of the calendar year, we look at that, and then we update and bring out, I guess you can say, the insurance or the component piece that we need to match that. So we are current, because I'm in the process of doing that now for 2022.
So with that one, how do we resolve the insurance part? I mean,
I don't understand what you're
did
saying.
that, from my understanding, I thought they both have the same set of requirements. We have to do the insurance part. So to resolve this, we're moving $20,000 over to a line item. So my question is with the one that you're talking about, is it similar criteria? And if not, then that's fine. I'm just saying if there's this thing like that, we can do them at the same time.
No, it's not the same criteria. The way we
Okay.
set it up is that there's a calculation that they actually provide us in a factor to make sure that we have an adequate amount. We have a, if you will, like a trust already established, and they calculate each year a factor that we need to come up with to be able to be in compliance, and we do that each year. We get a notice from them, the calculation, and we submit that each year, and that's already budgeted for this year.
Okay, so we're okay with that.
So
Thank
it's
you.
not an issue, just we need to execute it.
You just need to execute it, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, I'm just gonna ask a question. If you have a motion and, you know, when there is a, presentation on an item, please wait to let the other counselors ask their questions prior to, making the motion. Let's just give each other that courtesy, try to be succinct, because we end up in the situation where a motion's on the floor and there's point of information. So please be kind to each other, all right? Thank you, Mr. Terry. R4.
Madam Mayor, members of council, R4 is a request from staff to have council approve the selection of Robinson, Farmer & Cox as our audit firm for our financial audit services for the years FY 19, 20, 21, and 22, and to authorize the city manager to work with the city attorney to create a contract for council review and approval with RFC.
Does anyone have any questions for the city manager?
Yeah. Do we see the contract before?
Yeah, we'll work together to draft the contract and bring it back. I just need approval for us to move forward with our Robinson, Farmer & Cox to do that.
And do we have to bid it in any way?
We bid it already.
You did, okay.
Got our bids in. You have in your packet the
Right.
bid submission from RFC
Right,
was
okay.
in your packet.
And they were the cheapest.
Well, they're not, we got to negotiate a contract. They were the only bidder that we had.
Huh?
They were the only bidder that we had.
Really?
Yeah.
Nobody loves us, okay.
Well, I don't know about other firms loving us or not, but I know that Robinson, Farmer & Cox, through doing the 18 audit, expressed a desire and a commitment to help us finalize and get caught up. And they are willing to put the resources together necessary to make sure that we get this done in a shorter fashion. We'd like to be able to work, start 19, get through, start 20, start 21, not necessarily have to wait for one to end, start the other one, so we can be working concurrently on getting those audits completed in a very timely fashion. So
by the time they finish these, that'll be 5 years for this audit?
No. Mm-mm.
And well, to 22, that's
Well,
5 years they would have been with us.
That will be, but it's 5 fiscal years, but it won't be 5
Oh, I hope not.
calendar
Okay.
years.
I
No,
agree.
man, we're
I
not
agree.
taking 5 years. We want to work concurrently on 19, 20, and 21.
Yeah, I believe it when I see it, but the next thing is, how much money did we spend in 18? Is that to the motion, ma'am?
There's no motion on the floor, it's
Okay,
questions.
Okay, so question is, will you get us that report to tell us how much we paid for fiscal year 18 with the single audit as well as the entire audit?
I can't remember the number right off
don't
the top
guess.
of my head, but I know we have provided it, what RSC's cost was.
I can't remember seeing.
130,
Oh, no, it's more than that.
I think it was 130 or 135, but we'll verify
Okay,
that
okay, oh,
cost.
that's fine. No. What about all those independent contractors Mr. Terry had?
Oh, you want the total?
All the
okay.
costs.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
And how many contractors are we gonna have with all the rest of the audits? Y'all contract out.
Well, the way we set this audit up would be that the auditor would do the majority of the work. We wouldn't have to have as many people in-house.
We'll see. Thank you.
Okay. Before I call on Vice Mayor Parton, is there anyone that would like to?
That's why I don't see any lights on.
I just hit it.
Counselor Moore.
Just, I did try to see this. If I overlooked it, forgive me. How long was this out for bid again?
I can't remember off the top of my head how long it was. I know we issued it in, Mr. Terry, yeah, please.
Because I think that was that meeting I had missed.
Yes, it was a meeting you were not at. It
sometime.
was, we issued it around November the 4th, something like that first week. It's actually in here, and it was due on around December the 2nd.
Okay, so almost a month. Okay. And Mr. Terry, I'm so sorry. It was about a month, which is a good time frame, but where was it circulated again?
In all the appropriate places on EVA,
Okay,
first, foremost.
okay. Geez, and we only got one still?
Thank you.
Eva.
All right, Vice Mayor Parton.
I move that City Council approve the selection of Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, and authorize the city manager to move forward with creating a contract for council to review and approve.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. I don't see any lights for discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes,
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
thank you. All right, moving on to CR. We made it.
my God.
We've made it to
I have
CR.
confidence we're gonna finish today.
Okay. First one, Councilor Gore.
God, it's been 2 years.
It's been on here for 2 years. Literally.
Which is why I couldn't find the calf.
Really?
I could not, I looked and looked for that calf. It's been there so long.
Jeez. So this is the finance policy. Should have two parts included in this. This was originally requested to be drafted because of the audit situations. And at the time, we were not really addressing some of the audit findings to provide remedy. So what we did was asked to draft, I pulled all of the audit findings and then I put them into like one document, and I asked the city attorney if there was any languages that she could find, ordinance or other policies or procedures that could help us address some of the findings. And we went through that, and at the time, Councilor Pelham was also on the Finance Committee, so we drafted that. So a lot of what we were talking about kind of came to the realization that our procurement policy was outdated and did not match Virginia code, and in particular, the authority of those purchasing didn't match what was happening. So as you guys are aware, we addressed that by adopting the procurement policy, and we made it retroactive to address those issues. So this was to pick up on the other findings that we had that couldn't be addressed through that process. Talked about establishing the budget, but then also there was talking about small purchases procedures, and then also emergency procurement. I would go through this, but quite frankly, what would be helpful for me, if council can agree to do this, where there was a lot of discussion about the thresholds, and we never got to have that conversation. In terms of the thresholds for dollar amounts in order for some of these parameters to kick in, whether it be 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, XYZ. So if council can give me their recommendations on that, that will help be a starting point to find common ground. Additionally, because of those thresholds caused some concern, I do distinctly remember there being a conversation about, well, if the threshold is this low, then it would cause the procurement officer to have to do more research. Understood. So what would be helpful is if I can help find a threshold number when it comes to quotas and dollar limits that people feel comfortable with, and then we can come back and discuss that, because that ties into the policy. And quite frankly, I think that is what stemmed a good number of the disagreements. I'm not saying it's all of it, but I think it's a good portion of it. So my ask would be, if council by next Friday could give me their dollar thresholds, because there's blanks in here. And then also, if there's any particular section or bone of contention, if you can send that to me so I can consolidate, and that will help aid the conversation for this discussion.
You wanted this Friday? I mean, next Friday.
It could be next Friday. I'm not.
Okay. Counselor Randolph?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In reading this, and I'm thinking this is something that we voted on in fall of 2019, that you and I'm thinking it is this very thing, that we had a full departmental group sitting out here, and we discussed this, and yes, we did have hesitations with it, and eventually, if my memory serves, we voted against this because of the issues that were presented with the amounts and how it would bottleneck, and especially talked at length about the emergency provisions and how that would create a problem for this. I would feel, unfortunately, more comfortable at this point with looking at our current purchasing rather than adopting something new that our current attorney has not looked at, and actually let her look at our current purchasing policies and procedures, letting us know what's outdated, and unfortunately starting from there rather than adopt something new that the current attorney has not looked at. Because we have voted on this, and I believe we voted no. So I'm not adverse to not looking at what we can do or what we should do to make the new updates that we have to in our purchasing. But I'm just gonna leave it there. So my suggestion is, if and when we're ready for another motion or a substitute motion, I can do it then.
I'll defer to the chair if I.
Counselor Gorin, then Counselor Pelham.
So just to clarify the record, and Ms. Best can go back and check the minutes and make sure I'm correct. My memory is, and why this is back on the agenda, it was never denied. The motion was to direct the city attorney to work with, to make some adjustments and to give it to the city manager for his input and to bring that back to council. This draft that's in this packet is the draft version that was given to the city manager that never made it back to our agenda packet. So this is the product after the vote was to direct the city attorney to work with the manager. So it was never denied. Second point, and I'm trying to use my words wisely because I don't want to, have disagreement. We're going to probably disagree on the points, but part of the issue, which is why there are blanks here now, is the original policies that was presented had dollar amounts. But unfortunately, before we had that work session, there was already opinions being circulated to staff as to the intention and why this is coming about. And so there were people here to speak against it, but quite frankly, they were not equipped with the accurate information or actually even briefed on this prior to them coming. So I think it kind of set up for a political issue versus a discussion. And then also in regards to the policies, I would be glad to give those to city attorney if that's the will of council. But when we did that scrub, first of all, the policies are not easily accessible. at City Hall, which is to me a personal problem because we should all have access to the policies. Two, we identified after looking and looking that they're available in a binder in the city manager's office. So we said, let's try to get those electronic and in a centralized location for everyone to be able to access. Once we got that, thanks to Mr. Altman and Ms. Pershing giving us access to that, we did scan them, which is why I can give them to the city attorney. But almost all of the finance policies that do exist were written in like 1970, before I was born. So therefore, one, you know they don't comply with Virginia procurement law, which is why we had that problem. Two, since they are that old, a lot of policies that should be in place don't even exist, because we haven't established them, which is why after that scrub was conducted and I shared the same information at that time, this was established to plug those holes, again citing repeated audit findings, specifically related to operations. And just to give additional context, this is talking about lack of documentation, lack of chain of command, lack of purchasing power, those things that we repeatedly get dinged on. And so I can pass those policies on to everyone, but there's policies that simply don't exist, so there is no reference to look at, which is why this was established. So I just want to clarify the record on that, pass the mic, and I can answer any other questions.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna tell Madam Attorney as well, is that when you look at it, it's because there are small, procurement contracts, small purchase policies. There's small contractors and big contractors have been our contractors for 30 years. It's highly infeasible to me that if we had the appropriate guidelines, that couldn't happen. You can't have one person that can only fit one person that does contracting in the whole state of Virginia that fits that one bid. It's hard to believe. So we would appreciate your opinion so that we can get those financial records in place.
So I do have to ask, Counselor Gore, with this, you're saying that you wanted council to look at it and make the adjustments?
No,
Or you want to give this to the city attorney?
My ask was for council, because we've been through this work session at least 3 times now with this exact policy, was for council to provide recommendations on the dollar thresholds, so we can find a common number. And then also if there's any particular sections that are still giving people heartburn, to bring those to the forefront so we can address those. And if there is not a majority that is willing to do that, then I would, take this back to the attorney, bring her up to speed on the policies and give her the findings that we have put in the table for her to understand the background and see why this was drafted. But quite frankly, Councilor Pelham said, we've been doing this for 2 years. We just need the numbers for the thresholds and talk about them, and then to talk about any particular area that people don't like. So I think this time let's make a motion.
Well, I do have Vice Mayor Parton and then Counselor Randolph.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh, not a motion. These are actually questions and comments. I think the 3 things that I just most worry about, and it's probably just because I'm familiar with most of these 3 things, is big issues that come from our wastewater plant, from engineering, and from stormwater. Should we have a sinkhole that eventually just collapses, and we have to go in and do an emergency fix, or we have a Mr. Altman knows about this, where we ended up having down at the wastewater plant, one of the pipes actually ended up collapsing, and so we ended up luckily having a bypass line put in because of our good capital improvement plan that we've been adopting over the years. So we were able to go out and properly bid that and whatnot. But if we didn't have that bypass line, we would end up having to shut down industry in order to treat our waste, or like the issues that we had at the oxygen plant. And same thing with engineering. Those are just the ones that I'm most concerned about. And I think that instead of us as folks that aren't in those, subject matter professional fields.
Yep.
Maybe those staff members provide us, what the industry standard is, for those fields. 'Cause, I could sit there and say, well, Jerry, I think that, $50,000 would be good for you. And he's like, oh, well, $50,000 will only get me half the valve.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I'm, mainly concerned about. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for sharing your concern. I do appreciate that. So if you don't mind meeting me halfway, I understand your point about the industry, them knowing the dollar amounts. If you can get that feedback, that would be helpful. But then I would also ask for you to also think about the fact that, yes, they're looking at it from a boots on the ground perspective, but then also as the governing body who is responsible for the overall finances of the city. That's why we have to have policies and ordinances in place. And so all localities, for the most part, have thresholds for the ability to expend funds without coming to council. And so there is a section in here that speaks to emergency procurement.
Right.
So to your point, if we can get that threshold, then let's tweak that section so that way your concern is met and it doesn't hinder the real world application of this. But then I'll also relay that one thing that came up with this review is that, again, I'm not going to give a time frame because I don't know, but I can tell you this was a concern, is that emergency procurements were being done without really meeting the need, and it was having sole proprietor, like the same people getting it because they were just using emergency purchases. That's what this was designed to correct. So not to hinder what you're saying. So what I'm saying is I'm completely open to adjusting to meet that. My objective is to make sure that that wasn't, people weren't using emergency to go with one contract.
Right, no, and I fully understand. It's just, I want to just make sure that we don't have an issue, where we have a procurement issue, like down at the wastewater plant, and we got to shut down industry, or we've got to tell residents, I'm sorry, folks, you can't, flush your toilet.
Yeah, if you can get that data and bring it back, send it to me in email, let's talk about it.
Okay.
We can look at that section for sure. I'll make a note right now in my email to see what you bring.
Okay.
Councilor Randolph?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm coming from the same direction that Councilor Parton is. I don't think that any of us sitting up here, and Councilor Parton only mentions the things that he's used to, and, interacts with. I'm not trying to stop us from doing some kind of a procedure. I'm just not comfortable with us setting those amounts without the input of our city manager and our city attorney, our current city attorney. That was tried in this previously when there were amounts in it. And quite frankly, I felt like the city attorney, without input from our city manager or anybody in the city that does the procurement, overstepped her bounds at that point, and I talked about it at the time. I think that certainly council has to look at what we're allowing and not, but we have to base that, in my opinion, on the people that we hire to do the job and not try and do their job for them. And I'm not saying that we are, I'm just bringing that out. And while this was done 2 years ago, I'm saying that I would prefer to look at the current that we have, because we do have guidelines for procurement already. Looking at this with the city attorney, the city manager, with them working together to try and come up with the best new set of procurement policies and procedures and bring them to us with their suggested amounts instead of us suggesting amounts. I think it's backwards, only to the respect that, what do I know about any of the departments here? What do you know about any of the departments here? Anybody else on council about how much they really need? And other than what we can have one or two people tell us. The person that's here to manage the city and the procurement and is the person that should be involved in setting these. The new city attorney has had dealings with other localities, and she can certainly tell us, I would think, what's reasonable in other localities our size. I'm willing to go with that. And so, you know, I'm not trying to stop it, I just want it to include the right people. And unfortunately, I don't think it's us making those decisions. Eventually, from advice given to us about what the needs are and where we feel comfortable about the amounts, yeah, but not to just simply make that decision ourselves. And so hopefully we can get the two people on staff that are here for that very reason to work with us and get this done in a timely manner. I didn't have anything to do with why 2 years has elapsed, other than I felt that we had buried this 2 years ago, and I'm all for if we need to do something to do it. Thank you.
Counselor Cullen?
Yeah, just for the record, Mr. City Manager, didn't the former attorney request your input? Did she give you this document, or did y'all never discussed it, or did you give her feedback?
She gave me the document. We never had it, I don't recall us having a meeting to discuss it.
Right.
And then unfortunately, I think the timing was COVID hits and everything changes.
Okay, I know, yeah, 'cause I remember that was not the case where
But
you did not.
But I would say that, just so, you know, those in the room and the public, previous city attorneys all reviewed procurement requests, emergency procurement requests, sole source, questioned the departments that were asking and signed off on them. So I know when I got here, Mr. Kalos was doing that on all the requests that came through, grilling the departments about them before he would feel comfortable that it met the legal threshold in order to do it. So just want to make sure that everybody knows.
Really, but this was to also cover, especially with the emergency. How do you define emergency? When something that happened in February or March, but then it didn't get, you put $600,000 into it in July. Is it really an emergency procurement?
There's certainly a time of the essence when it comes to emergency.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. And so, I mean, we've had emergency procurements, and 6 months later, we just start working on. That's not an emergency. Anyway, those things have to be defined and have to be guided by procedures that make sense and follow the statutes of Virginia. And I mean, we just need to do better with our procedures.
I don't disagree.
Well, Counselor Gore?
I'll make a motion. I'll just definitely say the fruits of the labor thus far has already recouped benefits by addressing the fact that we caught the procurement issue and retroactively corrected it. So I think that there's benefits to what's already been done in the direction to go forward. The other thing I would say is there really, in my opinion, is the need to start from scratch when you have a solid framework and you can plug and chug and take away from it, but there's a need to build something from the ground if you already have something to work off of. The other thing I would definitely say is just for the public perception that as I shared, there was a comparison of localities, ordinances. So these numbers were not just thought up out of thin air. They were done with a comparison as to see what other localities had for their dollar amounts, and that's where the numbers came from. And the last point I'll make about that is we looked at localities that have good audit standing and good financial standing and bond ratings. And so given our situation, I would certainly hope that we will want to model ourselves after localities that are where we need to be at. And so if they have good standing with their bonds, audits are on time, no findings regarding procurement, then certainly that's the policies and ordinances that we refer to. So I'll make a motion, and the ability to get input for council to share their thoughts. Each member of council can meet with the manager, can meet with the attorney, to get their feedback on their recommendation. Nothing is precluding them from doing that. So make a motion that council provide feedback into, back to me and the mayor by next Friday in regards to the dollar thresholds and the draft policy, and then also to share any other areas of concern, so that way we can plan for a subsequent work session meeting. And I won't even set the date for the work session yet, because we have another calendar we're trying to figure out.
What's the date of next Friday?
There's a
Friday is
11th?
the 11th.
There's a motion on the floor, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Madam City Clerk, please state in the minutes that I have passed my gavel to Vice Mayor Parton, so I may speak and ask for a friendly amendment to this motion. I would like to cut out council. We've had these, we did have this for 2 years, but I would like to ask if council would consider Councilor Gore, the city manager, and the city attorney to come up with the dollar thresholds. I know that policies, there's things that change. I mean, in procurement, you have to be fluid, not flexible, because you'll break. Things change all the time. I mean, it changes within a matter of seconds. So with the legal counsel, I'd like to ask council to consider that Councilor Gore works with the city manager and the city attorney and bring this back to us for a work session and for council to consider. Would that be okay?
I don't.
Because I mean,
whatever takes me closer to the goal, I'm fine.
I'm sorry.
Max, a question?
That was just my friendly amendment.
Would the, will the
Oh, a
state
substitute
statute
motion.
govern
Excuse
that?
me, that was a substitute motion.
Okay.
That was a substitute motion.
You said a friendly amendment.
Well, I
It's
was
easier to do a
corrected.
friendly amendment.
A friendly amendment.
Do you accept the friendly so we can move
How would
on?
my, excuse me, I have a point of information. Please advise.
I indicated that it was more in the nature of a substitute motion because it's contrary to the point that was being made by the motion by the main motion that was on the floor. As I heard that motion by Councilor Gore, it was to have council members provide that information with respect to the dollar thresholds to be inserted in the draft small purchase policy. And your motion, Madam Mayor, was to not do that.
Right,
But instead
because
to have
too much
But
conversations.
instead to have staff do that. So
Yes.
that's not a friendly amendment. That destroys that motion.
I destroyed
It's
it.
a substitute.
I feel, and I'm going to,
Substitute.
But
and
you
I'm
don't
going to
need to stand
substitute.
on that kind of ceremony. Councilor Gore is not hostile to it, so.
This is how I feel.
We're good. Listen, look, we're
Yeah.
good. She's good. We
And
can
this the
move on.
reason why I'm asking this is because we have our staff does so much, they have so much to do, and to get information and questions from 7 counselors, I feel like we have one counselor who already has this. You directly speak with the city attorney, work with the city attorney and the city manager, and you guys bring this back to council for a work session, and we can just go ahead and discuss.
We'll
Because
second
like
that
I
motion.
said, procurement changes constantly. I'm sitting here and it changed 3 times within 3 seconds. So,
Second.
that's it.
Any further discussion? Seeing no lights, Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Everybody got the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure, because I
Just
got
say
it
it,
this
just
time.
say it for the
again.
record. Restate the motion.
Okay. The motion is for Councilor Gore to work with the city manager and the city attorney to bring back for a work session and council to consider the purchase policy.
The threshold amounts to be inserted in the small purchase policy.
Say that, I'm
The
sorry.
threshold dollar
No,
amounts to
that
be
was,
inserted.
That was the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
that was destroyed.
Oh, I thought-
Yeah, this
I thought-
was yours.
I'm sorry,
This is
I
yours.
thought this was the
Restate
staff.
your motion.
We're doing my motion.
I'm doing your motion.
Yeah, she doing
Your motion was for Counselor Gore to work with the city manager and the city attorney and bring back for a work session for council to consider.
Yes, they're gonna work on the thresholds. You guys are, you know the intention, right? Okay.
Consider the thresholds. Is that what you want me to say?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, that's the motion.
We're good. Roll
Good.
call.
Mr. Barton, who seconded it?
Ms. Pelham?
Ms. Pelham
Okay.
did.
Say again?
You seconded
You
the motion.
seconded
I
the
did- I
motion.
just- I
Who
forgot.
seconded it?
Ms.
Pelham.
Pelham?
Ms. Pelham did.
Okay. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes,
Counselor Randolph.
Yes,
Motion passes 6-0.
thank you.
thank you, Mayor.
All right, and we have one more left this evening. Vice
We
Mayor
have
Parton.
two.
Two more.
Two more?
Both Barton.
Yeah, but don't worry, they're gonna be quick.
Good.
Madam Mayor, just for a clean
Oh,
record,
man.
Yes.
a favorable vote on the substitute motion is recorded. That leaves a main motion on the floor that still has to be voted on.
I
would
withdraw
expect
my
that given-
motion.
It could either be withdrawn or you need to do a vote.
And I will withdraw.
Motion is withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope, you're getting us set.
Very astute.
So the first item is basically to have Mr. Altman research and bring back a recommendation to do a sort of energy efficiency program that the school system used to use. I believe the gentleman's name is Tim Dunn. He did it for about 10 years with Hopewell, and he had just a very successful, I mean, and of course, don't have to use him. We're talking procurement, we put out for bid and whatnot, but something of the fashion of what Mr. Dunn did with the school system, if we do maybe with our public buildings in terms of, making sure, lights are turned off, thermostats are at certain, levels. We make sure that, faucets are turned off, things like that, that there's not running water, that we could, end up having some really good savings. And I think it's going to prove beneficial, especially as we're going into a budget season, to, look for ways that we can, save money. So that way we can, reapply it to either capital investments or, increased operational expenses. So the ask is just to have Mr. Altman to research the idea and bring it back to council.
Second.
Oh, okay, well, hold on, I'll make a
Counselor-
motion.
Counselor
You already
Pelham,
made it.
Counselor Pelham, and then Counselor Randolph.
Thank you.
Was that his motion? Or you just speaking?
Not yet.
You're just talking now?
We're just talking.
Dang. Oh, when you do your research, can you find out actually what the savings were? Like at least on the annual basis, because I think they have those records to school.
Yeah.
How much money was, what do they call it? Cost savings.
It was about
That
6
they
million.
did, 6 million?
It was about 6 million in the 10 years
That
that
they
he
did
was.
not have to pay for utilities because he used simply green, yellow sticky notes. That's all it was. I mean,
Right here?
yes.
Okay.
And he put it over every computer or
That was
electronic
like
item
turned
that
on,
you had
every
left
faucet
on.
that was on, whoever was in charge of the
And you get tired of
facility.
seeing those, you
I mean,
do the right thing. But you can send out an email to all your employees and say, do you remember to cut off your computer today or whatever?
That ain't gonna work.
I mean, it's still, I'm just saying, still you can do small things to. And like people, when you leave out the office, cut your light off. Don't wait till it go off automatically. Just simple stuff.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I was trying.
Oh, Counselor Randolph.
That was my question is, you had mentioned in your background, Mr. Dunn,
His
was he
constable.
contracted or?
I believe he was
He used to
contracted. I think he
start
started out as a city.
Working for the city.
I think he started out as a city employee.
Right.
And then I think the city then decided to go with a contract
Correct.
firm, and then that firm ended up hiring
Hiring him.
him, and he
Correct.
still just ran the program.
Oh,
But it's something similar.
Conflicts of interest.
It's, excuse me, and it's called cost avoidance.
cost.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
ordinance.
Has to do with this.
Okay, so,
And I could be wrong, I mean, he could very well
That was
still
correct,
stayed as
Johnny.
a city employee the whole time, but I think he went and worked for the firm.
Got it.
Or once the program ended at the school system, he went and then worked for a firm, something along those lines.
okay, so is it okay if the city manager in his research looks at how much this would cost us?
Yeah.
Okay, so specifically costs for how much this would cost us, we kind of,
Cost of cost savings.
Yeah.
This is salary. Would
cost
just
of
be-
whatever, whether it's gonna be stickies or a person or whatever.
A new
Yeah.
building,
Cost, please.
Cost would be salary.
a new
paid.
building
$30 million.
that has a lot of,
$30 million. So, I mean, I don't know, I know Mrs. Pelham was on council, Mrs. Gore may have been on council when, we hired Honeywell to come in
Oh,
and
yeah.
do a similar study for us, which resulted in the motion sensors with the faucets, the motion
Mopping,
sensors in
yes.
our offices.
Yeah.
If you sit still too long, your lights go out, so you have to move around to cut them back on.
I'd like this.
So we did an effort, it was Mr. Daly was here, and I'm trying to, 07, 08, sometime frame, 09 in there, I know we did it, but we'll go back and look. But we have done, that's how, when you're an accountant in the back room, that light switch, there's a sensor, it'll cut off. Now, I will say, and Mrs. Pelham actually asked this question to me one night when we were in the parking lot about lights on up here. So we do have lights on we have them on for security purposes all night long. So, not every light turns off. We turn council chambers lights off, but in the hallways, there are some lights that stay on just from that perspective, so.
But there's things that we can do even if we have to have the lights on, like eco-friendly bulbs,
Yeah.
and to the point that was made indirectly about staff, but there's been times I used to come in here pre-COVID and people's computers were just wide open,
Oh, yeah,
leaving
no.
music on and.
No, there's I mean, the interesting thing is the discussion of setting the thermostats at something. So we have a group of employees that get cold, so they all like to have a space heater. The space heater acts contrary
Yes.
because you keep, and I'm not saying, and I think we may have a counselor that has a space heater every once in a while.
All the time, all the
But that
time.
space heater running
That's my
makes the
exception.
AC kick on because it gets too hot. It's counterproductive, so there's some things that we can look at and look to do. But I just wanted to make sure everybody, we did an effort like this. We paid Honeywell a lot of money to come in and do a bunch of things. So we'll go back and look again and see what we can do.
Just make it comprehensive, like
Yeah, exactly.
identifying cost savings, but then also how can we reduce our environmental footprint, but then also that marketing / staff outreach
Also, we're gonna
too.
get into that whole carbon footprint thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to use the word carbon, it's a little touchy nowadays, but
Don't mention RGGI.
so, so I think it is getting kind of late, so my words may be a bit scrambled. You guys want a city energy and conservation program. So what is the intention? To have someone look at all the buildings, look at the bills? I mean, are we looking at certain bills and see how, I understand you're changing the light bulbs.
No, you're looking at the actual building. So like what Mr. Dunn did was he would do periodic checks of going through the schools at random times at night and during the day and, holidays. And he'd, have the little notes
Right,
and he'd say,
right.
turn this off.
Right,
And-
but that was to be more energy efficient. Was that even to cut down on usage?
Yeah,
So how did you determine, how do you know that even the 6 million in savings with reducing their energy consumption, how did he measure that? What did he measure that
From
against?
the bill before.
Yeah, I would assume that he would
The
use,
bill.
he would
So,
measure it against the
Okay,
bills.
so
But I
my
mean,
question is, do we have, you guys are wanting to know, if we have someone to be, a position like Tim Dunn to do an observation and then come back with,
Well, that's what I want Mr. Altman to do, is kind of look at what the options are and
Okay.
see if this is even feasible. Because, I mean, I know that, I'm not going to sit here, come to you all and say, I want to hire someone right now to, conduct a program that we don't have any really any idea what we're trying to do. We just want a basic idea of what Mr. Altman's, research would be in
Okay,
this.
okay, I just wanted to
Yeah.
be clear. I'm a bit scrambled.
Well, we
No,
don't
that's
want it
all
to
right.
cost as
Okay.
much as Honeywell did.
Yeah.
But nowadays, since environmental stuff has really made it the forefront, there's nonprofits and other groups. There's like
yeah.
other resources available that can come in and partner to do something like this.
May I
Counselor
ask one more
Pelham?
question, Madam Mayor? Mr. Altman, do we have separate billings for utilities for each building?
Yeah, we have separate accounts.
Separate accounts for every public building that
Yeah,
the
just,
city?
just like you would have, different separate meters for houses, we
Right.
have a separate meter feeding, so
Okay.
there's a Dominion account for this building, for the police department, for the
Right,
courthouse,
okay. I just
for
wanted
each
to
one
know.
of those.
Okay. Counselor Gore?
Did you make the motion?
Did somebody
'Cause I was
Okay,
gonna
I'll
make
go ahead and make a
I'll
motion.
second
I'll make it formal. I move that we authorize the city manager to research and present some recommendations to city council in 3 months for a city energy and conservation program.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Gore. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Vice Mayor?
All right, last one. I think we can get it done, guys. This is very similar to the previous one. It's just to have Mr. Altman do some research and maybe talk to folks in Prince George if it's something that they're even interested in doing, and then bringing back a recommendation to City Council. But with all the flooding issues that we've been having and the increased rainstorms that we've been experiencing, we share a lot of creek beds and tributaries with Prince George. And since a lot of our drainage actually ends up going to those shared waterways, that maybe it might behoove us to work with Prince George, maybe a cost share agreement, maybe look at trying to maybe share some maintenance and doing taking care of these creek beds, these streams that eventually drain out into the James, into the Appomattox. And since we're pretty much all the way surrounded by Prince George, I just thought that we might be able to do something like this, and might end up you create like a little bit of an advisory board that we can go back to like the Prince George Board of Supervisors and report back to City Council. So it's just an idea to explore, if it's something that City Council might be interested in.
Counselor Gore?
So I supported you in the last one.
But
But I have reservations with this. Can you meet me halfway? Because I can't support this tonight, even if it's exploratory. Can you meet me halfway and like sharing some of that joint waterways that you're talking about so we can really see this potential impact? Because that will help me think through some of my concerns if I really do see how we overlap. That would be data I need first.
like you just want like a map or?
I mean, not trying, when I say something, I'm being sarcastic. When you made the point of saying there's something we share, like whatever you feel is significant, why is causing you to want to look into this, can you share that?
Yeah, I mean, I can list out a couple, waterways, just like right now, like Bailey's Creek, Cattail Creek, Calvin Creek, Bull Hill Creek, Matha Stream. They all have drainage that's coming from Prince George into it, and it ends up affecting both sides of the waterway.
Yeah, but we have our VDOT projects and stuff like, and we ask for our congressional funding, but if you can help summarize like those, our financial impact, because we can do stuff on our end, but if they're not doing it on their end, what's the point?
Right, well, that's
What's
the
the
thing.
point? Yeah.
That's what I think maybe something like this might be good, is if you're bringing people kind of to the table, because I don't think Prince George is an MS4 county, are they, Mr. Altman?
We
they
have
are.
different priorities all around.
Right, and so that's why I'm thinking maybe if, we bring, maybe some of the Board of Supervisors in, or maybe we bring some, subject matter experts and their staff to kind of look at some of these issues together, it might end up fostering a better, working relationship on these. And, at the same time, if we're able to do a TMDL project, if, they continue to do like a phase 4, phase 5, water implementation plan, then, maybe this might be able to be something that, Hopewell is not footing the whole bill, but Prince George also gets a benefit off of it as well.
But they don't have the same they don't have the same requirements for Chesapeake that we do.
Right.
So that's why I'm cautious, because that's inviting people into have decision-making into something that they don't even really have anything to do with, right? So to me, I see the benefits you're talking about, but I also see challenges and
Right.
stuff that would hurt us. So if you can give me like that data in regards to like the waterways and like our impact, then that will really be helpful.
Okay.
Are you
Yeah.
okay to table this until you guys talk, or did you want to make a motion?
I think it'd be helpful, because, I'm not a subject matter expert when it comes to stormwater. I know enough to, have an intelligent
Get
conversation.
yourself in trouble.
Yeah, I guess that's the old adage. But I think maybe, if it's okay if maybe some of the staff members, like Stephen Edwards, who, his career's been in stormwater, it's been in project management, that, maybe he could, we could work together in something like this and research this, and then maybe, bring it back to council? Is that something? Of course, I'm not.
Stephen Edwards is,
He's our stormwater engineer.
right, and he works with March.
Yeah, well, works for Ed Watson,
Watson.
and then
Yes.
Ed works for
Right, so he's
Mr. Altman.
staff.
Yeah.
So you want to work with Mr. Altman and Mr.
Right,
Edwards?
yeah. Is that something that?
I'm just asking the question. I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure that those, everyone's in place for that, because I know that Mr. Altman and, Mr. Watson is over, the overarching over Stephen's workload. So I just want to make sure, because I do see you want it as soon as possible. So
Well,
I wanna give it some-
Yeah, well, that was just time just to
Okay.
put on the agenda for
Okay.
taking action. But
Okay.
like 3 months down the road, I think we could, thoroughly research this and have, quality data back to council.
I'm really comfortable with you working with Mr. Altman and Mr. Edwards, depending on how that works. I would like
Yeah.
you to be
And then
back
I
and
can-
bring it back
and-
to council.
And if it even makes council feel better, I can, provide, progress updates if that's something that, council would like.
Well, any substantial.
Is this to get information or
just
about the
information.
commission?
No,
Information.
I'm talking about like if you guys are comfortable with me maybe working with Mr.
No, I'm tracking that. What I'm saying, when you're working, are you working for information, or are you working towards trying to do a commission?
No, well, researching, you're talking about data right now. So like data, and then, what maybe something might look like, or just,
Okay.
yeah, it just option sorting more than anything. And, if you guys, decide that it's not something, then it'll just be dead in the water, and I'll move on to the next thing. I'll find another environmental thing to do.
Well, I
Pick up more
appreciate the
Yeah, pick up
working.
more trash.
I just think that I would be in favor of you, working hand in hand with the city manager. That way he
Okay.
can, and you give him
Alright.
his intention, and he can balance workloads with Mr. Watson and then Mr. Edwards.
Okay.
Do you we need a motion for that, or we good?
Yeah, well,
Mr. Altman, we left you out of all of this.
well, I with Counselor Gore's question, and kind of veered away from what the initial intent was, reaching out to Prince George to see if there was an interest
Yeah.
exploring that. So I'm just trying to figure out
Before
Think
you
that's
how
start.
it works
premature.
together.
Before you start.
you
Okay.
know. So are we looking for data first, not to start the conversation with Prince George, but just get data first for council? Is that what we're looking at now?
Yeah, I think we just start
So
with.
somebody make that motion, so we're good to go.
Okay,
Okay.
somebody needs to make the motion, yes, right now, because we're still
You got a
talking about it.
minute.
You have one, you gotta go ahead.
I move that we allow myself, Mr. Altman, and Mr. Edwards to do some data collection and researching on stormwater issues in shared waterways for the potential of maybe exploring a stormwater commission with Prince George. Is that okay? Well, okay.
Back away from
Was there a second? Is there a second?
Minus the Explorer part.
Okay, we'll take that out.
Thank you. I knew that wasn't gonna fly.
That's all right. I'm
We're
trying to
at
be
the-
all encompassing here.
We're comfortable with data.
Madam,
Okay, we're
Yeah.
comfortable with data.
That's all that was gonna go. Second?
okay, Madam Clerk, did you get the motion?
Motion to allow Vice Mayor Pardon, City Manager Altman, and Mr. Edwards to do data collection and
On shared waterways?
on stormwater issues in waterways,
Yeah, on stormwater issues.
in
with-
shared waterways?
In shared waterways.
Okay. Got it. And
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I have one question. I promise you, this is easy.
Uh-oh.
I promise. I was trying to catch it earlier, but I didn't. I missed it. Is it okay? It's a question.
Yes.
It's easy.
Uh-oh.
Point of
I don't
So,
know.
information.
Oh, that's
yes,
okay. It
point
already
of
passed. It
information.
already passed. It's all that matters.
We
can move forward.
discussed that we would share vacancies for boards and commissions in our agenda packets. I've been trying to keep an eye out on that. In our next packet, can we share vacancies under?
Yes, and I apologize. I
No, it's
have
okay.
been
I'm just-
lax
just go
on
ahead.
keeping up with that. I tend to do it when we get applications in. I tend to look at them. So, yes, I will make sure in the next agenda packet that you have all of the vacancies.
That's it. That's the only thing.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
All in favor?
Yes.
Really trying to get out of here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
No.
No?
Oh, come on.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Randolph.
I don't wanna go home.
Motion passes 5-1.
Look at that. We got the whole thing done.
Yes, thanks.